అంటే మీకు తెలుసు ఏదో ఏం టేస్ట్ కాగానే అలా చూడాలి.
చెప్పండి అక్కడ ఉంది అని.
మేడం వల్ల మారేదే
Turn off your mic, please. Hello, everyone.
Headbuds எங்க?
சொல்லிட்டே இருந்தானே வீட்டுல இருந்துட்டு நம்மள கலாச்சு ஒரே எடுத்து பேசினா கோவம் வராது.
ఆన్సర్కి వచ్చేసిందని చూపెడుతున్నాడు కానీ 30 వస్తుంది అంటున్నారు పైన. అంటే నాకు నీ ఫోన్ లో కనిపించలేదు కూడా వచ్చాను కానీ.
Please turn off your mic.
பரவாயில்ல வெளியே வந்து
கிளாஸுக்குள்ளயா
இல்ல அது கிளாஸ் முடிஞ்சதுக்கு அப்புறம்
Please mute yourself.
Well,
நீங்க இருக்கீங்க நான் இங்க வந்தா
Rachnatak, please off your mic.
एकदम से बैठ
hello. Hello.
देखना एक बार.
Please mute everyone.
So the starting time. Turn off your mics, please.
Please mute yourself.
ಅದು ಕೂಡ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಥರ್ಡ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು.
यार कोई ऐसी दवाई की जैसे नींद आती हो.
Hello sir, I am audible.
What is this?
Yes, you're audible.
You're audible.
Turn off your mic, please.
Mic off करो सब अपना.
Everyone.
Anyone can say what we will discuss in this session?
கிளாஸ் என்ன இன்னைக்கு என்ன சொல்லி கழுத்தாருக்கு போறானுங்களோ தெரியல.
என்ன ப்ரோ எங்க இருந்து ப்ரோ பேசுறீங்க?
மியூட் பண்ணுங்கடா.
என்ன ப்ரோ எங்க இருந்து பேசுறீங்க?
प्लीज इंग्लिश हिंदी
ப்ரோ குரூப் கிரியேட் பண்ணலாமா ப்ரோ?
பண்ணலாம் ப்ரோ.
ப்ரோ நீங்க யாராச்சும் குரூப் கிரியேட் பண்ணுங்க, டெலிகிராம் இல்லைன்னா வாட்ஸ்அப்ல பண்ணலாம்.
எப்படி
when will
நம்பர்
this
இல்லாம
live stream will started guys when
ப்ரோ
will
படிச்சா
the
சரி.
live stream will started
புரிஞ்சாதானே படிக்கிறதுக்கு ஒண்ணும் புரியலையே.
hello bro what is your mark for first assignment
Hey guys, எல்லாரும் கொஞ்சம் மைக் மியூட் பண்ணுங்க ப்ளீஸ்.
அது தமிழ் பேசுறான்.
டீச்சர் ஏற்கனவே உள்ள இருக்காரு. ப்ளீஸ் மைக் மியூட் பண்ணுங்க.
Host, please mute
session will
everyone.
start guys when the session will start
கைஸ் ப்ளீஸ் மியூட் யுவர் செல்ஃப்.
होस्ट नेम बोल म्यूट कर ले कोई देखिए रे होस्ट नेम
ஏய் எல்லாரும் மியூட் பண்ணுங்கடா கொஞ்ச நேரம்.
यार थंबनेल में बात कर रहे थे दूसरे मुद्दे पे ये खतरनाक लोग है रे होस्ट नेम बोल रहे म्यूट कर
கொஞ்ச நேரம் மைக் மட்டும் மியூட் பண்ணுங்க ப்ளீஸ்.
हेलो
எஸ் சார். ஹலோ ஹூஸ் திஸ்?
Hello, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening. Hello, sir.
Sir.
तू बोल करे जो हाजर भी दे दी जो बिरहा करियो चेन्ना मैं हूँ सीधो सा छोड़ा करूँ कौन ना पिलो
Could you mute yourself?
Please mute yourself.
Nice song, yeah.
Please start the lectures.
அமைதியா இருக்க சொன்னா அமைதியா இருக்கணும்.
क्या है
சார் இருக்கீங்களா சார்? சார் இருக்கீங்களா இங்க?
अपनी अलग स्थान, अलग चुनाव क्षेत्र और अलग बातें करना बंद करिए.
கைஸ் மியூட் பண்ணுங்க கைஸ்.
प्रेशर
Can you please mute, bro? All the people.
Hello? Hello, am I audible? Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
you're audible. Could you please mute yourself? Please, guys,
Others,
please mute
please,
yourself.
please mute yourself. Okay, everyone. You're already having some technical issues, so everyone, please mute yourselves. Hello.
Got it.
Yes, so sorry for the delay. So today we will be starting week 2, right? Mm. So,
Yes, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. I had a
yeah.
doubt. Hello.
Yes, go on.
Regarding this, all of the marks what I have got.
Hmm.
So how's it been counted? Because it's been mentioned that only the percentage has been mentioned.
Yeah, it's based on your graded assignment.
So what is the grade that we need to take, and what is the eligibility so that?
You need to get above 40%.
I mean, ma'am, I know, but what is it? 40% meaning? How's it counted?
In each subject
In
or
each of
overall?
your, you mean in
You
foundation
need to
level all subjects?
for eligibility criteria to sit in the qualifier exam.
Sir.
You need to get three. Out of 4 week assignment, graded assignment. In 3 week graded assignment, you need to. Overall percentage you need to maintain 40%.
Sir, the thing is
40% in each subject, no, sir?
Yes, each
Okay,
subject.
one second. Is it all right if we did? One second, I'm not done. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, listen. All of these queries can we take at the end of the session because it is already late. So I'd like to start with the material first.
Okay, ma'am.
No problem.
Okay, thank you.
Sir is not going to teach us.
Ma'am,
Okay, so I will,
ma'am, this
What
type
is
of simulation came in main qualify exam.
Sorry, your voice is not clear to me. Can you come again?
This type of simulation came in main
Others,
qualify
others,
exam.
please mute. Others, please mute. I cannot hear.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Ma'am, this type of similar questions came in main qualify exam.
Qualifier is for those students who are coming without the JE entry also, right?
Yeah, ma'am, but this type of similar questions came in main qualify exam.
Which type of what? It's I just cannot hear you clearly.
Like graded assignments.
Yeah, graded assignments you have to do the first 4 weeks. Out of which for any 3 weeks you have to have an overall percentage above 40. Okay. All right, is my screen visible? Hello? Hello, can anyone confirm is the screen visible?
Yes, ma'am, your screen is visible.
Okay, can you please stop annotating the slides?
Yes, ma'am.
Please stop annotating the slides, please.
Okay. So we will start with 2.8. Okay. Again, I'm asking, do not annotate the slides. This is very childish. Please stop this. Okay, if you want to keep doing this, then I'll just end the class. You're just wasting your time by doing this, okay? Just stop. I'm sharing it again for the last time. Please don't do this again. Okay? We're already half an hour late. Please stop this. Okay. All right. So last week we saw mainly we read about flowcharts, right? So this week what we are going to do is we are going to start finally with pseudocodes. Like first we will again see a couple. Everyone mute yourself, okay? I'm getting echoes. Okay. So this week we are first going to look at a few flowcharts, and then based on those we will start writing some pseudocodes for them. Okay. So the first flowchart we're going to see is a flowchart to find the max marks for students in mathematics. Okay. So you remember the scores data set, right? So can anyone tell me what each card in the scores data set looks like? Anyone?
Yeah, no, ma'am.
Okay, so each card in the scores data set, it looks like it's a card for one student. Okay, a particular student. It has a sequence number. It also has the city that the student belongs from, and it has the maths, physics, and chemistry marks of that student and the total mark. All right. Okay, so what we are trying to do in this flowchart is we are trying to find the mathematics marks, maximum mathematics marks scored by a student. All right.
Yes.
So we learned the concept of filtering last week. Remember, filtering is what? When we are trying to find something, we can fine tune it by adding some conditions. Like first, in this flowchart, you will see there is only one decision box, right? This more cards in pile one, this part. But we can again use more than one conditions, that is more than one decision box. Okay, let me try this. The screen is still visible, right? Hello? Hello, can anyone confirm?
Yes, ma'am. The screen is okay.
Okay. So this is what? This is the start box. That is, these are the termination blocks or starting boxes, right? How do they look like? They're rectangular with these rounded corners. These are the termination blocks or the start blocks. This is what? Activity or procedure. Okay. So first we start, then we initialize. Okay. After that comes the decision box, in which we ask if there are more cards in pile 1. Now there can be two answers to this. One can be that yes, there are more cards, so you'll go this way. And if there are no cards left in pile 1, that is pile 1 is exhausted, then you go this way. Right? Okay, so what are we trying to do? We are trying to find max maths marks. So for this, it is necessary for us to go through all of the cards, right? We have to go through all the cards of all the students to find out who scored the maximum marks. Okay. So what will we do? We'll first start the procedure, then we'll initialize whatever variables we'll need. After that, we'll come to the decision box and check if there are any cards left in pile 1 for us to check. If yes, that is when we first start the procedure, obviously there will be a stack of cards, right? So you'll pick the first card or the top card and then you will read that card and move it to pile 2. Okay. Now once we move it to pile 2, we will do one more decision making. So that is why this box is here. Okay. So again, that could go two ways, right? One could be do something for yes. That is, if whatever question we are asking in this decision box, please stop asking control of the screen. All right. You don't need that right now. Focus on the class. Okay. So after you check for that condition, whatever you want to put in this decision box, you might have two ways to go. One is yes, one is no. Okay. So let's start. So we are doing this with filtering. Filtering means what? We are adding some additional conditions. So start initializing. In this initialize block, what we will do is we'll take a variable called max and we will assign it the value 0. That is initialize max to 0. So assign is what? Max equals 0. All right. Then we'll do this same thing. So max is now set to 0. Okay. Now we ask, are there more cards in pile 1? Answer is yes. When we have just started the procedure. So you pick the first card in this box. Okay. Then you read it and move it to pile 2. Now in this decision box, what are we going to do? We have to do a comparison here. Okay. What will be the comparison? Since this max variable that we initialized it to 0, right? So obviously, whenever we encounter a student who has scored more than 0, then we want to update the variable max to that value or that score, right? So students can score in mathematics anything from 0 to 100. So our job is what? We will pick each card and we'll check the mathematics marks for that card. And if the mathematics marks scored for that student is greater than the value stored in max variable at that point, then we will update max. Okay. So for the first iteration, see, max was 0. Now say I picked one card of this student, maybe his name is Rahul. Okay. So let's say he scored 100 in math. Okay. Or 100 will be too much. Let's say he scored 60 in math. Okay. So what will we do? After I pick Rahul's card, I will read that card and I'll move it to pile 2. Then in this decision box, I will check that is the max marks for this card, let's call it X card. For this X card, is the marks greater than what value is stored in the max variable. So in max, we know 0 is stored, right? So when we compare, it will be 0 greater than 60. Okay, this will be inside the decision box. So this is yes or no? Yes, right? So we will go in this direction. So we will check for whether the mathematics marks is greater than 60. Is greater than the max variable. If yes, then we'll come to this box. Okay. And in this box, what we'll do, we'll update the value of max. Because now we have found something that is greater than 0. Okay. And if no, say if the student had scored 0, the card that we picked, if that student had scored 0, then is 0 greater than 0? That would have been false, right? So we would have come in this way and we would do nothing. Okay, we will just circle back and pick the next card. See, this is how it will go. Okay, so we'll circle back to again this decision box. Okay. Now check. See here. So first start, max is assigned 0. Then we'll check if there are more cards in pile 1. If yes, then we pick the first card, read it, move it to pile 2. Then in this decision box, we check that whatever is the mathematics mark scored by that student whose card we just picked, is it greater than the value stored in max variable? If yes, then you come here. So what do we do? Here we will update max with that current value of the mathematics marks of the card we picked, right? And if no, then what do? We are not going to end the procedure, right? We are going to just loop back here and pick the next card. Okay. So remember, we are not looping back here and setting max to 0. Max will only be initialized once. Okay. After that, this loop will continue, these steps. Fine. Okay. Now see. Let's take a small example. Okay. So first, let's say I'm going to write some marks of mathematics scored by some students, and we are going to pick those cards in exactly that order. Okay, so first 60, then someone scored 45, then someone scored 80, someone scored 79, someone scored 97, someone scored 100, and say someone scored 36. So I have the data for 7 students. So all of these are maths marks of students. Just for example. Okay. So what do we do? First, we pick 60. So in the beginning, what is the value of max? 0. Right? Okay. So are there more cards in pile 1? Yes. Pick a card. So I have picked this card. I have read the mathematics marks and I'm moving it to pile 2. Now I come to this decision box. So is the mathematics marks greater than max? Max is 0 currently and the maths marks of this student is 60. So is 60 greater than 0? Yes. So I will come here and I will assign max 60. Clear? Up to this, any confusion, any questions? You can unmute and ask. Okay. Then I'm assuming there are no issues till now. Just a second. Okay. So after this, what we are going to do? We'll pick the next card. Okay. So I have assigned max to 60 and now I'll loop back to this decision box and I'll pick the next card. So what is the next card? This one. Okay. So now the mathematics card marks for this card is 45. So I will again pick this card, read it, move it to pile 2 and come to this decision box. So now my max's value is 60. So what will happen after I make this decision? Now my decision is 45 greater than 60. So which way will I go? Yes or no? Answer. Hello, am I audible? Hello. So this is very difficult this way. I don't know if you are able to hear me or not. Can anyone confirm, please? Hello, am I Okay, I'll just share the screen. If you are having any issues, you can unmute and let me know, okay? Those who are raising your hands, do you have any questions you can ask? Yes, Akshit, are you having any issue? Akash, Pooja, anyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, what is your issue? Tell me. Aryan, Pranjal, all of you have raised your hands. What are your issues? If you want to unmute yourself and tell me. Okay, then if you don't have anything to ask, you can put down your hands. So let's continue with this. All right. So next we pick this card with marks 45. So what we will do, we'll check again if 45 is greater than 60, right? If yes, then we'll come here. If no, then we will loop back to this decision box. Okay. So 45 is obviously not greater than 60. So we will come back here and pick the next card. And max is still 60. Max is not updated. So next card that we pick is this one. So here the mathematics marks code is 80. So now the question is 80 greater than 60? Yes. So we will come here and we will update max. And max now becomes what? 80. That is the most recently seen largest value. Shivam, please stop requesting control of the screen. You do not need that, right? Okay. So the next card we pick after updating max will be this one. So what is the mathematics mark score on this one? 79. Okay. So currently max is 80. So again we are going to check, is 79 greater than 80? No. So what we will do, we will go in this way and we will go back to this decision box, right? Okay. So we will pick one more card from here now. So what is the next card? This one. So is 97 greater than the current max? 97 greater than 80? Right? Yes. So we will again update max. So now max becomes what? 97. Okay, let me just note the names of these people who are doing this. Atharva, Shivam, right? Okay. I'm again asking you, please stop doing these things. These are very childish. Just focus on the class, okay? Okay. So 97 is greater than 80, so we are updating max to 97. Next, we are going to again check. Are there more cards in pile 1? Yes. So I pick this card. So now I have mathematics marks 100 in this card. So now my question in this decision box is going to be, is 100 greater than 97? Because the last value stored in max is 97. So yes. So I will again update max and now max will contain what? 100. Okay. So again, after this, I will follow this loop and I will go back here. Okay. So I will pick the next card, that is this one. Okay. So now I'll check again in this decision box, is 36 greater than current max? So current max is 97. Is 36 greater than 97? No. So I won't update max and I will go to this control flow. Right. So again, now I'll check, are there more cards in pile 1? Let's say I just had 7 cards of these 7 students. So now I have exhausted my first pile. So I will go here that there are no more cards present in pile 1. So I will end the program. And at the end, what did I get? What is the value stored in max? 100. So I found the maximum marks scored among all of these students. Okay. So this is the flowchart for finding maximum mathematics marks. I hope it's clear to everyone. If you have any issues, you can ask. Okay. Now what we are going to do? So till now I have found out what is the maximum mathematics marks. Now I want to know which card has that mark. Like every card has some sequence number, right? So we want to know the sequence number of the card which has scored the maximum marks. Anushri, Amarpal, please stop this, okay? Why are you requesting for this remote control of the screen? It is not required. I guess it is no asking you people, so we'll just move on. Okay, so now we want to keep track of the sequence number of the card. Okay, so first we are going to start. Then we will again assign max to 0. Now, see, now I'm doing some fine-tuning, right? Some more filtering. So first I found out what is the maximum marks. Now I want to find out what is the maximum marks as well as what is the sequence number of the card that has scored the maximum marks. So start, then max is assigned to 0. Then I check, are there more cards in pile 1? If yes, I'll pick a card from pile 1, read it, move it to pile 2 and come to this decision box where I do what? I check if the mathematics marks of the card I just picked is greater than max or not. If yes, I will store that in max. If no, I will loop back to find out if there are more cards in pile 1. Right? So this is what we did till now. So what is the extra step? What do I have to do now? So now I need one more variable known as max card ID, because now we are trying to find out the ID which has scored the highest marks, right? So I will try to find out that ID number and store it in max card ID variable. So I'm going to introduce one more variable known as max card ID, and I'm going to initialize it to -1. So can anyone tell me why I'm initializing it to -1 and not 0? Anyone? Try.
Because even some marks may be 0 for some students.
Sorry, can you come again?
For some students, the marks in maths may be 0 also. So we are initializing it to -1, which cannot be possible.
No, actually, see, the max card ID has nothing to do with marks. Okay, max card ID is the sequence number of the card. So if you go through the scores dataset, you'll see that there are sequence numbers given to every card. Okay, so there is the sequence number is starting from sequence number 0. So that is why we cannot take 0. We have to start from -1. Okay. So if the sequence number of the card started from 1 only, then we could initialize it to 0. But we cannot initialize it with this actual sequence number of any card that we haven't read yet, right? So we are going to give it -1. Clear? Okay. So in this initialization box, we are going to initialize this max card ID to -1. Okay. So what other changes do I need? See, now there are two variables being initialized, max and max card ID. All right. What is the other change? So now I have to do something to keep on updating the max card ID as many times as I update max. So how will I do it? In this procedure or activity box, earlier I was just updating the value of max. So now I will also update the value of max card ID here. Let's see. Okay. See, max card ID is equal to card X ID. So in our previous example, like we had 7 cards, right? So now assume that each card has a sequence number attached to it. So every time I'm updating max to the mathematics marks scored by a certain student in a certain card, I'm also going to update the max card ID variable with the student ID or card ID of that student. Okay. So for example, whatever were the cards that I was having, 60, 45, 80, 79, something like this, and let's say 100. Let's say I have 5 cards. So the sequence number for, let's say, this card is 1, this card is 2, this is 3, this is 4, and this is card number 5. So these are the sequence numbers, let's say. So first time when you run the iteration, what happens? When max is 0 and max card ID is -1, then first time I will pick this first card. Okay. So after that, I have to come to this decision box after I read the card and move it to pile 2. And I will check that, okay, is the mathematics marks greater than whatever is stored in max? So currently max is 0. So is 60 greater than 0? Yes. So now after that, I will come here and in this activity box, I will update max to the current mathematics marks of that card, that is 60. So now my max is 60. And what else? I will also have to update max card ID to the actual card ID. That is the sequence number that I assigned. So what is the sequence number of this card? 1. So now max card ID contains 1. Okay. Next, I will go pick the next card for 45. So is 45 greater than 60? No. So I will not update max or max card ID and I will just go and pick the next card. So in this way, when I come to the third card, okay, then max marks is 80. So is 80 greater than 60? Yes. So I will again update max. Now max becomes what? 80 and max card ID becomes 3. Corresponding sequence number. Okay. So like this, when I am at the end of the iteration, what will happen? Max will contain 100 and max card ID will be the sequence number of the card that contains 100. That means 5 here. Okay. So in this way, we can find out the card ID of the card which contains the maximum mathematics marks. So I hope this is clear up to this. Any question? Okay. Now see, there is going to be some problem. So what if there are more than one cards with the same max, right? That means more than one students can score the same maximum marks, right? More than one students can score 100. So what do we do in that case? Because max card ID can only store one card ID. Say card ID 5 and card ID 7. Both have scored 100 marks in maths. So I want the card ID of both of them, right? But how will I store that? Only the first one is retained here. So what will happen? We have to keep a list of IDs in max card ID. That means max card ID cannot simply be a variable which can only store one value. Right? It has to be something that can store multiple values. That is multiple card IDs. So I have to make it into a list. Okay. Let's see how we do that. See. So one more condition that we have to add is, see, when card 5 comes and we see that the student has scored 100 and we update max to 100. So after this, when I see card 7 and they also have 100, but what is my condition? This. That means is 100 greater than 100? So obviously it will be no, right? So when it becomes no, we cannot just go over and pick the next card. We have to have some other condition, right? So what will be that condition? Whenever it is a no, we again have to check if the mathematics marks for the current card is equal to max. That means in this case, it will be, is 100 equal to 100? I have to check that. So if true, then we will come to this activity box. Let's see what we do here. So if it is true, then we will append card ID to max card ID. So what do I mean by append? Append just means adding. Okay. So this is how a list looks. Let's say I have a list called L. This is how it looks. Okay. This is the symbol for list. So we can always add elements to a list by using this append function. Okay. So whenever we add something to a list, we say we appended it to the list. All right. So whenever we saw card 5 and marks 100, what did we do? We added, we are going to update max, right? So the first time we encountered that, we updated max and we updated max card ID. But the next time when card number 7 comes with the similar mark, we see, is 100 equal to 100? Is 100 greater than 100? No. So we come here. 100 equal to 100? Yes. So we come here and we add that card ID to the list. So first the max card ID, this list. So there is a list called max card ID here. So at first it just had 5. So now I have appended 7. So now it looks like this, 5, 7. That means both of these card IDs have the maximum marks in maths, right? And if it is not equal, if it is less, then I will just go over and pick the next card. Okay. So in this way, we can keep the card IDs of all the students who have scored greatest marks in mathematics. Okay. So these are all the same things. So at the end of execution, what you will have, max variable will contain say 100, which is the maximum marks in maths, and max card ID, the list, will contain list of all such XYZ card IDs that have scored this 100 marks. Okay, so the first lecture is over. I hope you don't have any issues. If you have, you can ask. Anyone? Any problem? Listen, we try to make these classes interactive. Okay, so it doesn't do you any good if I am the only one speaking. If you have any input to give, you can always unmute yourself and give it. Okay, so try to be more interactive. Okay, I'm going to share the next slides. All right, I hope it is visible for everyone. Let's zoom in a little. Yeah. Okay. So from this slide onwards, we will try to write some pseudocode by looking at the flowchart. Okay. So look at this flowchart. This is the pictorial representation of a computational process. And what are we trying to achieve by using this flowchart? We're trying to count the number of cards. Okay. So I think we did this last day also. So we first start, then take a variable called count and assign it 0. Then we check if there are more cards in the pile. If so, then come here, pick a card, read it, move it to pile 2, and increment count by 1. That is, you add 1 to the value of count. That means after I read the first card, count becomes 1. After I read the second card, count becomes 2. Like this, it will continue until I have exhausted all cards in pile 1. Okay. So now let's try to write the pseudocode for this. So we all know that there are 3 types of nodes in a flowchart, right? This is the terminal node, this is the process or activity node, and this is the decision node, right? Arrows indicate operation flow that you're familiar with. So what are the advantages of a flowchart? It is a visual representation of computation and it is easy to understand. A flowchart is obviously much easier to understand than a pseudocode. Right, because whenever we see anything in the form of a diagram, it instantly becomes easier for us to visualize the thing, how it is working, how is the control flow working, right? So that's why flowcharts are the first step of programming. Like whenever you start learning any programming language, the precursor is learning these things, flowcharts, pseudocodes, because before you jump into the actual syntax of any language like C, C++, Python, Java, anything, it helps if you have an idea of how the flow is working, right? Once you are a little bit, what can I say, familiar with the logic flow. One more thing is that pseudocode is different from actual code in the way that it is mainly English. It is simple English. So that is why it is easier for you to understand, but it follows the structure of actual code. Okay. So after transitioning from pseudocode to writing actual code, it is an easier transition than just jumping into the actual code itself. Okay. So what are the disadvantages of flowcharts? Complex processes generate large flowcharts. So it is very, I think everyone will agree that it is a very simple process counting the number of cards. That only is taking this many steps in a flowchart. So you can understand that obviously our real world computational problems are much more complex than this, right? So in that case, if we try to form a flowchart, then it's going to be huge and it will be difficult to update or keep track of, right? So that is one disadvantage of having flowcharts. Another thing is collaboration. Okay. You can think of it like if more than one person tries to work on a flowchart simultaneously, they might be changing two different things, and one is not aware of the other's changes. So that can become messy really quick. Okay. Now let's describe the process in words to just as a little warm up before we write the actual pseudocode. Okay. So what is step 0? Step 0 is start. Step 1, initialize count to 0. That is these two steps. Next is check cards in pile 1. That is this step. Step 3, if no more cards, go to step 8. Right? Like this one. This is step 8. And if there are more cards, then pick a card X from pile 1 and move it to pile 2. So these two boxes. Next, increment count. That means this box. And then go back to step 2. That is this control flow. Okay, this is step 2. So step 2 is what? Again, check for cards in pile 1. So as soon as we exhaust all of the cards, so at that time, if we check for more cards in pile 1, it will tell us to go to step 8, that is end. So this is just the process in simple words. Okay. So now we will. Yeah. So what is a better textual representation for your conditional execution? Like this thing that we asked. More cards in pile 1. This is a conditional statement, right? Like this, there is a condition whether there are more cards or not. So step 3 and step 4 are the conditional part. So if no more cards, go to step 8. If there are more cards, pick a card X from pile 1. And what are the repeated execution steps? That is everything that is forming the loop. That is starting from step 2 up to step 7. This one, see, this up to this. This whole loop, see, this forms a cycle, right? These arrows here, and again going back here. This forms a cycle or a loop. So these steps will be repeated again and again as long as we haven't exhausted the pile 1. So these are repeated execution. And this step 3 and step 4 are also conditional execution. Okay. Now let's try to write a bit of pseudo. So first we start the procedure. Then count is assigned 0. See, this is a very easy way of writing. Like the conditional part we will write it as while pile 1 has more cards. See, this is basic English. Okay. So it is saying while is the conditional statement here. While, and what is our condition that we are writing within the brackets, within the parentheses. While pile 1 has more cards, then you start this. Braces. Okay. You open a brace. And within that, you write like if this condition holds, if this condition is true, pile 1 does have more cards, then you pick a card X from pile 1, move it to pile 2, and increment count. So you see, this whole thing is going to run again and again until pile 1 is empty. So these are all repeated executions. Right. Okay. So this is the pseudocode for this flowchart. See, pseudocode is so much simpler to write. There are not so many steps. You just write it in plain simple English. Okay. So what will happen when pile 1 has no more cards left? So you will come here. While pile 1 has more cards, this will give you false. That means there are no more cards left. So I will not enter this part. I will skip to the end. Okay. So this operator that we have, this equal sign, this is an assignment operator. Okay, because people mistake this things pretty much all the time. So this is assignment, this is comparison. Double equal to means comparison, single equal to means assignment. Okay, so whenever we assign a value of variable, we are going to use assign. Okay, now see, this step 2 is what? Repeat steps while condition holds. Just like I said, as long as this condition holds, that is file 1 does have more cards, we will repeat the steps. Right? Okay, next is mark start and end of repeated block. So just to mark where the repetition starts and where the repetition ends, for that we have these braces. Right? So like I said, in summary, flowcharts are easy to read, visual descriptions of procedures, but they can be very hard to share and edit, and they will grow enormously in size as the problem becomes more complex. Okay. Okay, so we learned there are two types of standard features. One is your conditional execution, one is your repeated execution, right? And how do we assign values to variables using this operator? Okay. So just writing down whatever is happening now in the flowchart in the form of text, simple English text. That is your pseudocode. So what is the one extra thing we have seen? One is this while thing, which is the conditional statement. So within this, we are checking whatever our condition is. And what is the other part? We have found these braces. Braces do what? They mark the start and end of repetitive steps. Correct? Okay, so the next this was the next slide. So do you have any issues till now? Any question?
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Is my voice audible?
Yes, it is audible.
Okay, so you have just muted everyone. So no one is able to speak in the class.
No, it is. I haven't muted everyone. Wait.
Yeah, before this, I was trying to unmute myself, and it was showing an error that hosts have unmuted everyone, and you are not allowed to talk.
Actually, there are going like some technical difficulties regarding this is going on. I was also not able to unmute myself before. So I think that's the issue because I haven't unmuted. Wait, I haven't muted. So you are able to unmute yourself right now, right?
Yeah, I have rejoined the class, and now I am able to unmute myself.
Okay. Then rest of you also, if you need, you can just leave and rejoin. And if you have any queries, you can ask.
Okay, so I want to ask about the double equal to mark thing. Like, what is the difference between single equal to and double equal to, when to use it?
Okay, yeah. What is your question?
Now it's working, ma'am. You have to leave the meeting and rejoin. Then the mic is working.
Okay. Then please people just do that if you want to ask anything.
Just for information, I think your two systems are on, and there is an echo coming from your side from the beginning.
Yeah,
Yes, because I'm not able to join by my computer audio, but I have to share the slides using the computer only.
Yes, there is
I'm
an
using the audio of my phone.
That's what I was trying to communicate, but I was not able to mute the mic.
Wait 1 second. Is the echo coming now?
No, it's fine now.
Okay. Chat is enabled, right? Can all of you access the chat?
No, chat is disabled.
Okay.
Ma'am,
Yes. Your voice is not clear
Hello,
while
ma'am.
teaching.
Ma'am, am I audible? Going, ma'am. Hello.
It is fine. Can you hear me now?
Hello. Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay.
You were
Yes,
I
ma'am,
echoing
you're
over
audible.
the
disabled
chat.
the chat.
Keep going,
I'm not
madam.
able.
Ma'am,
There was
you
an echo
were
of your
echoing
voice.
whole time and we
Your
couldn't
voice is
understand
very
anything.
echo.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Now you have more interaction.
Voice are not clear.
Ma'am,
Is it echoing still?
Ma'am, it was
No, no, no,
echoing
ma'am.
from
No,
the
no, ma'am.
beginning.
Please
It
check
was
the chat, ma'am.
echoing from the
Your
beginning and we
voice is
can't
bouncing.
understand anything.
It's not
Okay,
a
okay.
Ma'am, you can mute one
Fine.
source
I have a doubt.
computer,
No,
right?
I have muted the
Hello,
computer.
ma'am. Can you hear me?
Ma'am, one more thing, ma'am, I just wanted to convey, ma'am. Ma'am, please tell everyone to put down their hand, ma'am, because
Twinkle. Hello.
see, this is why I need to mute people.
Kindly,
Okay, this
kindly
is why
mute,
I'm
ma'am.
muting
Also, ma'am,
everyone.
kindly,
The
it's fine,
voice.
ma'am. Kindly
Hello,
mute the
ma'am.
mic.
Ma'am,
I
please
have a
mute the chat,
doubt.
ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Every student ask.
Enable the chat.
Ma'am, please
guys,
mute
please
Ma'am,
that
enable the
but keep
chat.
the chat open. Ma'am, please mute it but keep the
Please
chat
enable the
open.
chat.
Ma'am,
And
I have a doubt, ma'am.
in the
Ma'am,
chat, kindly disable the option to
hello, hello,
option
hello,
option to
hello.
message everyone.
Hello, ma'am. Can you hear me?
The voice is
Hello, ma'am.
Oh,
echoing.
ma'am.
Hello, ma'am. Please reply.
Ma'am.
guys, please put down your hand because madam unable to see that who is like having doubt or not. Please, once you ask the question, you just put down your hand.
Okay.
Ma'am, I have a doubt.
So why are you off the chat?
Hello.
Hello, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Hello, ma'am.
And why are you off the
Hello,
chats, man?
ma'am.
Hello, ma'am.
Please reply.
Ma'am, your screen is also not visible now.
Guys, kindly hold on. Kindly hold on. Don't make a mess. I think she is trying to fix the issue. Kindly hold on. This is what the problem that we are facing every time when the chat is enabled, that n number of junk messages are being floated across. When the mic is on, you are again everybody is switching on the mic and not allowing everyone to listen. Obviously, this will be the case, am I right? People have to disable things.
Okay.
Kindly
But
maintain some
not
kind of
Guys, one more request.
hold on. Kindly maintain some decorum because we are in a kind
Chat
of
is enabled.
now
The
it's
chat is
enabled.
enabled.
Chat is now you can see that. Kindly do not send message to everyone. I don't kindly at least because we are monitoring you now. If any kind of junk message is going to be, the user will be totally out of the whole thing.
Hello, hello,
We will make sure that you are out of the program itself.
hello, sir, Shivam here. Hello.
Hold on, guys. Please hold on. She is fixing the issue. Kindly hold on.
Sir, tell everyone to put down their hand because if
Kindly lower your hand. Only another part is if there is doubt, something to do with the ongoing presentation, ask. Please do not ask about the qualifier exam, all this kind of stuff. Kindly keep it in the end. And this we are facing for every presentation.
Hello? Am I audible now?
Ma'am, you are audible now. Thank you.
Okay.
Ma'am,
Okay, I have enabled the
Hello, ma'am. This
chats,
is
but
Roshan.
yes, just
Ma'am.
please
Ma'am,
everyone
I
just
have a
mute yourself for
question.
a second. One by one, I'll take all the queries. Okay, just calm down, mute yourself for a second, and please don't spam the chats. Okay.
Ma'am, please
All
tell
right.
everyone to do not message in person. It's disturbing a
Yeah,
lot.
I can only ask right now. If I disable the chats, that will also cause a problem. So please just maintain some decorum for the class and
Mute the notification of the chat section. In the corner, there is option to mute it. You will not receive any notification.
right. Okay.
Hello, Manideepa, ma'am. This is Shivam here, ma'am. Ma'am, I was
Yes.
actually asking for this access to remote access, ma'am, because I was trying to bring your attention to your voice, ma'am. It was jittering and it was completely unaudible, ma'am. We were not even able to unmute ourselves and ask the doubt, and that was annoying us, ma'am. Sorry for that, ma'am.
All right. No problem. Is
And
it okay now?
Ma'am, your voice was
Yes, ma'am, it's
echoing.
okay now.
Ma'am, your voice was echoing
Ma'am,
from
please
whole
continue, ma'am.
time and we couldn't understand anything.
Okay. Okay.
Ma'am.
So
Hello, ma'am. This is
Hello.
Roshan here.
ma'am, that's why we are able
Ma'am.
to put your attention because many people are raising hand, ma'am, and you are like not able to get who is having a genuine doubt, ma'am. So ma'am,
Yes,
tell
yes, I
everyone to,
understand.
yeah, tell everyone to ma'am put down their hand, ma'am, once they finish their question or once they asking their question, ma'am, please.
Okay. So what I'll do is I'll one by one call out your name, whoever has raised their hands. If you have an actual doubt, you can ask. Okay.
Ma'am, even
Okay.
in the last city session also, ma'am, same thing happened, ma'am. You turned off the unmute audio notification mute for settings for all of us, and we were not able to ask the question, ma'am. You kept
Yes,
asking,
because in
asked out,
the
asked out.
yes, because in the beginning of the class, too many people were doing this like just intentionally.
Yes,
Even
ma'am.
they
There
were
are
not having
few.
any genuine doubts. So what I will do from now on is you just raise your hands. Okay, if you have any doubts, I'll ask your name and you can unmute and speak and then mute again.
Ma'am, the best thing will be, ma'am, when you are teaching, just turn off the this mic option for everyone. When you are giving time to ask question, in that time only allow us to ask question, ma'am.
Right. Yes, I
think
will do that
that will
only.
be the better option, ma'am. Because if you leave that open, it will be a mess here. Even
Okay.
though they don't talk, they will switch on and TV will be on, radio will be.
Yes, exactly. So
Hello, ma'am. And again, the questions will be something related to qualifier exam and all the stuff and recordings and all this thing. Maybe we can keep it if you open the floor for doubts, that time you can unmute the mic.
Right.
Otherwise, now even the chat also kindly disable
Please
the option
continue,
to
ma'am.
message to everyone, ma'am. Because I'm sure after
Ma'am,
some
can
time
I
somebody will.
start to ask doubt?
yes, 1 second. Who is this? Can you just tell me your name?
I have one doubt.
Ma'am, Radhika Joshi.
Yeah. Okay, Radhika, you first ask. I'll take everyone's doubt. Okay.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
ask.
Ma'am, what you say about the equal and double equal?
Okay. So equal is what? Whenever I am talking about, wait, let me share the screen. Okay. Can you see?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
See, this single equal sign, this is an assignment operator. Okay. So whenever
Yes, ma'am.
we had that max variable, right? So we were assigning max the value 0. So that's when we use this operator. Now, if I want to compare two marks, okay. If I want to compare the marks of two people, then if I want to check that if they have scored exactly equal marks, then from coding point of view, we use this double equals operator. Fine.
So double equal is operator used to comparing two marks, two
Right.
things.
That is a comparison operator, and this one is an assignment operator. Fine. Single
Okay,
equal
ma'am.
is an
Thank
assignment
you.
operator. Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
ma'am.
Next
Thank you.
person.
This is Roshan. Ma'am, I have doubt. This is Roshan.
Yes, Roshan. Go on.
Ma'am, I have a doubt regarding week 2, lecture number 3, activity question 1 and 2. I have not understand, ma'am, what the question is saying. Can you solve for
Okay.
me?
Just wait a second. So everyone who has doubt in activity questions, you can save that for the end of the class. Okay. Everyone who has doubt regarding what I'm teaching right now, those of you come first. Okay. I'll take those doubts to activity questions. We'll solve at the end.
About this, what you taught. Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
1 second. One by one. One by one.
Hello,
Wait.
ma'am.
I will
Am I?
call out. Wait. I will call
Ma'am,
out the names.
will you share this PDF to us, ma'am?
Yes, sure. Okay. I will call out the names and please answer me whose name I'm calling out. Pooja, do you have a doubt? Pooja S.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, go
I'm
on.
having the doubt relating to the while operator. So what
Right.
and all where and all we can use this operator, ma'am? This
See,
while.
what is while? What is while doing here? Look.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So here we are saying while pile 1 has more cards. So while is nothing. It is just a conditional statement here. Okay. It is just asking for a condition. So whenever we are using while, within this parenthesis, we have to give some condition. Like here the condition is my pile 1 having more card than 1 or 0? That is, does it have any cards left? So what question we are asking? We are going to ask that inside this while block. Okay. While is just a conditional statement here.
Okay, ma'am.
If you are familiar with any programming language, you will know that there are some kinds of loops are there called for
Like
loop, while loop,
for loop, LF.
while loop. Yeah. So these things are there. So that while only we are using here. Okay. So since we haven't discussed the concept of loops or anything, you just think of it like it's a condition. That is, while this condition is true, while pile 1 has more cards, we will execute up to this.
Okay.
And as soon as it becomes false, we will get out of this block and end the program.
Okay.
Okay.
Ma'am, this code, it will run how many times? Like there is no end of this, right?
No, it will run as many cards as you have in pile 1. If you have 30 cards in pile 1, I think that's the number of cards you have in your data set. So it will run 30 times. And in the 31st time, when it comes back to this while statement, so at the 31st time, when it comes back to this while statement, it will ask, is pile 1 having more cards? So it will be, the answer will be no. So at that time, you will end.
Ma'am, other than the while statement, we can use any other statements, no, ma'am? Like for loop or elif loop.
No. See, we are not doing in CT, we are not teaching you any particular programming language. We're just doing pseudocode. Okay. So pseudocode syntax is whatever we are teaching you here, that only you will use.
Excuse me,
Don't
ma'am.
mix up any code, actual code components here.
Okay.
Ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, as she asked that we can use any other code other than while statement, we can use for statement as well. No, ma'am. It can work
Look,
in any
I am
programming language.
no. I am not. That is the thing. I am not talking about any particular
Hello?
programming language. I'm talking about pseudocode here. So pseudocode, writing pseudocode, you are going to write exactly in the way that we are teaching you here. Okay. So do not change any. I know this can be done with for loop also, but we are not. That is a part of some programming language. Whenever you go for loops, while loops, there is some particular syntax that you have to follow, right? But here it is just, we are trying to keep it in plain simple English with just a code like structure. That's it. Okay.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes. Ask your doubt.
Sorry for disturbing you.
Hello, please, others, please mute yourself.
Hello, ma'am.
Ma'am,
Ma'am.
can I ask my doubt now?
Ma'am, your voice is not audible. Please, can
Hello,
you
ma'am.
take time?
Hello. Is it audible?
Hello,
Yes,
ma'am.
yes,
Can
you're
I ask
audible.
my
Yeah, ma'am,
doubt
yes,
now?
ma'am, it's audible.
Okay, just one by one. Who is the girl who is asking?
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, what's
Hello,
your name?
ma'am.
I'm
Ma'am,
Divya
to ask
Manoharan,
me,
ma'am.
ma'am, can
Okay,
I ask
Divya,
my doubt now?
Divya, please ask first. After Divya,
Ah,
I will take other doubts. Okay,
thank you, ma'am.
Divya.
Ma'am, in the pseudocode, what you are explained now in the screen, you said while is the condition execution file, ma'am. But in the after that, there is a brace, ma'am, that we can say as repeated execution brace like that. That's
All
step
of these will
2.
be repeated. Okay.
Yeah, that
Even
is the step
this
2 and step.
conditional statement is also repeating.
Okay. But you have been giving the two
Yes.
ways
So
from
whatever is,
condition
yeah,
execution and repeated execution.
right,
But
right.
when you're writing this while, but the both is combined, right, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello, ma'am. Good evening.
Am I audible?
Okay.
Hello, ma'am. Ma'am,
Hello,
I have
ma'am.
only one doubt. Please.
Okay, state your name, please, first.
My name
Ma'am,
is Mohammed Ziaul.
Yeah, okay, go on.
I'm from Dubai.
Yes, go on. What's your doubt?
Ma'am. Actually, what's the question there? Because there is the algorithm is there.
Question is, we are
So
trying to count the total number of cards in pile 1.
so in how to find out, ma'am, how many cards is there in pile 1 or pile 2?
That is what this whole pseudocode and flowchart is about, right? So first you have to start, then you take some variable known as count, and you assign it the value 0. Okay. Next, you come to this decision box and you ask, are there any more cards in pile 1? So let's say your pile 1 has 30 cards.
So,
So
ma'am, how we get 30 cards, ma'am?
You can check out the data sets that are given to you in the resources, right? Common data sets.
Hello, ma'am. This is
Okay, so in
Utkarsh.
scores, in
This only if there
everyone
is a
else,
general
please,
question.
everyone else,
Yes,
please
ma'am.
mute.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am.
Continue,
This
please.
is Utkarsh.
Okay, I'm just going to mute everyone.
Ma'am, one minute, ma'am. Ma'am, 1 minute. Ma'am, hello.
Ma'am,
Yes.
Ma'am,
hello, ma'am.
today,
Can I
ma'am,
ask my doubt now?
please turn off your mic. Hello. Ma'am, will you discuss activity questions today, ma'am, or next time, ma'am?
I will try to discuss some questions that you're having doubts in at the end.
Okay, ma'am, I will suggest you something, ma'am. For starting 1.5 hour, ma'am, just teach the concept, and in the ending session of half an hour,
Look,
just give us the time
The
to ask
thing
the
is
doubts,
that
ma'am.
after I finish one complete PDF slide, I have to ask if you have a doubt. Otherwise, if I move on and you don't understand the previous ones, you will not understand the next one.
Ma'am, like this, ma'am, you are not going to even complete one PDF, ma'am. This, if they will keep asking doubts in between, and this is not going to end.
No,
Even in
the main
this way out.
problem here is it doesn't happen every term. Where this is the process that we follow, but this term people are just making it difficult by doing these things. When I'm
Yes,
saying
ma'am.
something,
Yes,
please try to listen. Okay. I'm saying that unmute yourself only when I ask you to. Please. Otherwise,
Ma'am,
I have to.
can you mute? Can you mute, please? Can you mute to all?
Yes, I am going to do that now.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am,
And please
can you
continue
call
with
out
the
the
pseudocode.
Excuse me, ma'am. Hello.
He went to mute.
Ma'am, can you give any another example, because right now I joined.
Ma'am, kindly unmute yourself.
Okay.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Next, any doubt other than that?
Ma'am,
I will
can
take
you give
other examples.
another example, ma'am?
Ma'am,
Yes,
you
yes,
are
I
not
will take.
asking us question, ma'am. You are
Because
not
currently
taking the
many
name,
people are
and
joined
people are
currently,
just,
right?
ma'am, am I audible?
Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
Okay, next, Amarpal Singh, do you have a doubt? Amarpal Singh?
Still, I did not understand, ma'am, because just now I joined. So can you give me another example, please?
Yeah. I will take another example. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Hello,
Excuse me, ma'am.
ma'am. This is Utkarsh.
Yes, Utkarsh, what is the doubt?
Ma'am, I didn't understand what are the steps of doing classes assignment and graded assignment. And secondly, ma'am, PDF of these classes, ma'am, I don't get that. And please
PDF
tell
and
us
everything
platform.
is, all of these things are given in a supplementary content section. Okay,
Ma'am,
just explore
I
the portal
didn't
a
get.
bit.
I visit there.
If you have access to the portal, just go to the left hand side panel. There is something called supplementary contents. There is a section. Under
Yes,
that, you will
ma'am.
find all the lecture PDFs.
Ma'am, I
Okay.
didn't get.
Good evening, ma'am.
Okay,
This
I'll
is
show it
Abigail.
once. I'll show it once at the end of the class. Okay. Now, please
Actually,
mute
ma'am,
yourself.
Good evening,
Hello,
ma'am. This
ma'am.
is Abigail.
Yes,
Hello, ma'am.
yes.
What are the pros
Abigail
and
here.
cons of pseudocode? I
Ma'am,
didn't
like this, you will,
understand.
ma'am, lecture will never get completed, ma'am. Seriously, I'm saying, ma'am, it is complete mess, ma'am. Either you just provide recorded
Ma'am.
session or just, ma'am, end the live session over here, ma'am. This is not the way to conduct live session, ma'am.
See,
We are just
we have been conducting live sessions for a lot of terms like this. Okay. The thing is that what I am saying, people are not listening to that. So the way that I conduct is that after every PDF, I give you guys a chance to ask me the questions where you have doubts in that much part that I have taught before
Yes.
I move on to the higher level. Otherwise, it will just create a problem for you. You will go on with confusions
Excuse
and
me,
you'll not be
ma'am,
able to solve.
just mute it and just
Uh,
unmute those who
Good
actually
evening,
have
ma'am.
doubt and who are
Ma'am, you
raising their
can mute
hands to ask the
those
doubt.
people permanently who are making chaos.
See, I do not, this is not that much of a flexible platform, right? I only have two options. I can either mute all of you and you will not be able to unmute yourself. And if I have to allow you to unmute yourself, then everyone is unmuting at once. So there is
Ma'am,
nothing
you
more
can
that I
conduct
can
class
do
on
here.
Google Meet or
See, Google Meet is not suitable for this big of a call, okay? There will be a lot of glitches. That's why we shifted to Zoom this year.
Microsoft
Ma'am.
Teams is also available.
Ma'am, Abigail here.
Okay, so I will
Ma'am, I
just
have a
take
doubt.
1 second.
Ma'am,
Let
you
me
can
finish.
continue, ma'am.
Ma'am,
Leave
can
it
we
the
go
other
with the
people. You can
assignment
continue.
now?
Just continue and
Just
I
just
think
Continue.
we have a doubt.
Why leave? I have also
Ma'am,
doubt.
mute everybody.
Please try to keep patience.
Okay, now I've muted everyone. Okay, just listen to me first. I will continue this slide. Okay, this is 2.8 we have finished. 2.10 I will 2.9 I will finish. Then I will take the doubts one by one. Okay, only those who I call your name, only those people will unmute. Is this clear? And please stop spamming the chats, because I will have to give a feedback on this class, because this hasn't happened in all of the terms that I have taught this. So please just behave a little and bear with me. Okay, so I will finish the rest of the slides here, then I will take the doubts. Okay, so for those of you who did not understand, or my voice was echoing, whatever happened, I am going to explain this thing one more time, what we are doing here, how the pseudocode is working. Please pay attention and just stop spamming the chats. Okay, if you focus on the class, you will understand. You wouldn't have that many queries. If you don't listen, the queries will never end. Okay, and this is very, very basic part of this course. After this, when we go on to the harder weeks, then you will not be able to solve anything if you keep on doing this. I hope I'm clear now. Okay. So here what we are trying to do is we are trying to find the total number of cards that are present in pile 1. Okay, if you check your scores data set, and before you do any of these assignments, please try to explore the portal and find out the common data sets like the scores data set, trains data set, all of these. Just try to look at them and get a good idea of it. Okay. So if you look at the scores data set, you will see that there are 30 something cards there. Okay, in the pile. So I just want to find this count. So first I am starting the flowchart. Then I'm initializing a new variable called count and I'm assigning it the value 0. Then in the decision box, what I'm doing is I am asking if more cards are present in pile 1. Okay, so up to now, whatever I have done, let's change it to pseudocode. So in pseudocode, first start, then assign count to 0. Then while pile 1 has more cards. So this line corresponds to this decision box. Okay, so if the answer is yes, then we go in this flow. All right. So next, what do? We pick a card X from pile 1. See. So here, after this while statement, we are opening a brace for all the parts that are going to be repeated. All the parts of the pseudocode that are going to be repeated. So first line is pick a card X from pile 1. That is corresponding to this activity box. Next, move X to pile 2. That is this box. After that, increment count. That means every time we are reading a card, we are going to increment the value of count. The first card is read, count becomes 1. The second card is read, count becomes 2. Like this, count will keep on incrementing until no more cards are left in pile 1. That means pile 1 is exhausted. Card score, all of these are found in common data sets that is given in the portal. Just go to the left-hand panel. Okay. And in that section where about the course, all of these things are present, common data sets are also present. If you just pay a little attention, I explained this whole thing in last class also. It was said in the orientation session also. So yes, just try and find that out. I will show it to you once at the end of the class. Okay, how to find the common data sets. Okay, so as soon as the pile 1 becomes empty, then this condition. Okay, if we ask while pile 1 has more cards and the answer is no, that pile 1 is exhausted, then we skip this whole repetitive part and we come to the end statement. Clear? Okay. So all of these things we have covered. So let me go and share the next PDF. Okay, someone wanted me to tell you what are the pros and cons of flowchart one more time, right? So see, what are the advantages of a flowchart? It is visual representation of any computation that we are performing, right? So a flowchart is what? It is very easy to read. Any diagrammatic representation is always easier to read than a bunch of text. Okay, everyone is aware of that. So flowcharts are easy to understand how the control flow is working, what is the logic. It is easier to understand with the various types of nodes that are there. So these are the advantages. But what are the disadvantages? See, counting the number of cards is a very, very, what can I say? It is a very trivial procedure, right? But still there is this big of a flowchart for that. So imagine real life computational problems are much more complex than this. So even in that case, if we try to form a flowchart to solve those problems, it will be huge. And obviously more than one person works on a computational problem in real life, right? So if you try to edit a flowchart with more than one person collaborating in it, then comparing the different versions of the same flowchart becomes very hectic. And it is very prone to faults, right? So that is where the concept of pseudocode comes in. Fine. So in pseudocode, what it is simple English, but it is a text-based format, not a diagram, right? So it is not actual code. It is something that we are writing in a code-like structure, but it is actually not some code that a computer can compile. Okay, it is written in a human understandable language. It is English-based. Fine. So these are the advantages and disadvantages. Now let me share the last slide, last PDF. Okay, can you please confirm in the chat once, am I audible properly or what? Okay, thank you. Thanks. Okay, let me share. I'm sorry we have to do it this way. I don't have any other way. I mean, if I unmute any person, then everyone will start doing it. So after I have completed, I will unmute you. Okay, I hope the slides are, wait. I hope the slides are visible to everyone.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. It's visible.
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
ma'am.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, sir.
No, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Ma'am, I have a doubt.
I also have a doubt.
Okay. So now let's take one more look at the pseudocode. Okay, counting cards one. So now you're familiar with the steps of the pseudocode. Start, initialization, conditional statement, repetitive statements up to this, and then termination. Okay. So what we will do from now on, you will not see this start and end statements. So we were using it just to give you a more feel of the flow chart in the pseudocode itself, right? So from now on, we are not going to use this because these are not necessary in case of pseudocode. Okay, so we will just start with this initialization and other statements. So the terminal statements we will dispense from now on. So it will look like this. Okay, now let's take another example. This one is, we are trying to find the sum of mathematics marks. Clear? That means if I have, say, 30 students, okay, in the scores data set, if I have 30 students, I want to find the sum of mathematics marks of all 30 students. Fine. Okay. So what is the procedure? The first thing is, let's look at the flowchart first. So you initialize a variable known as sum and you assign it the value 0. Okay. Stop writing in the chat box and pay attention to class. And then what you will do is, after I'm done and I ask you to ask your doubts, you will ask me to explain the whole thing one more time. Right? This is why you lag behind. So just quit talking among yourselves in chat. That is not going to help you with anything. Just focus for now on. Okay. So sum is a variable that we are going to initialize to 0. Then comes the decision box. Are there more cards in pile 1? Yes, because I said there are around 30 cards. So first card I will pick. I will read the card. Okay. And then this part will be changed. Right. Let's see what it is changed to. It is changed to now add excess maths marks to sum. That means the card that I picked, let's call it X card. I'm going to add the mathematics marks from that card to sum variable. So sum is initially 0. Let's say the X card that I first picked has a maths marks of 50. So now here sum will become sum equals to sum plus 50. That means 50. So 0 plus 50 is 50. Next card I will pick again. Again come here. Next card I pick, let's say now X is someone who has scored 65. So again I will read that, move it to pile 2. And in this box, what am I going to do? Update sum. So now sum becomes 50 plus 65. That is 115. So like this, I will keep on adding the maths marks of every student in this sum variable. Okay. So at the end of execution, when I come to this decision box and I ask if there are more cards in pile 1 and the answer is no, then we will go to this end statement. That means I have exhausted all 30 cards. I have seen all 30 cards, read them and move them to pile 2. So at that point, what should sum represent? Sum should represent the total summation of mathematics marks of all students. Clear? Now let's convert this to pseudocode. What will it look like? First, remember we are dispensing the start and end statements. That is not necessary. Next, what we are doing is we are assigning this sum variable to 0. Now, while pile 1 has more cards, right? That means this box. While pile 1 has more cards, pick a card from pile 1, move it to pile 2 after reading, and add that card's mathematics marks to sum variable. Very easy. Okay. So these steps are going to repeat whatever's within the braces as many times as we ask the conditional statement. So if we have 30 cards, we will ask the question 30 times, right? And we will add the maths marks of 30 people to this sum variable. And the 31st time when we ask, then the pile 1 has more cards question will be no. The answer will be no. So we will end it, right? That means we will get out of these repetitive steps. Okay. See, it is given for your understanding. So update sum is what? It is an assignment statement. See, how do we actually write it? Sum equals to sum plus maths marks. That means in the beginning, sum was 0. So if someone scored 50 in the first card, so sum will be sum equals to sum plus 50 or 0 plus 50. That is 50. Now, if the next card that we pick, the student scored 65. So again, sum will be updated like sum equals to sum plus 65. At this point, sum is what? 50. So 50 plus 65. That means 115. Like this, we will keep on updating sum. Okay. So sum on the right, that means this sum, the right hand side sum is what? Right hand side sum is the current value of sum and left hand side sum is the updated value. That means this is the current value and this is the value that we are going to be updating. So this is the updated value. That is after I perform the summation. Okay. This is not mathematical equality. Like I said, this is assignment operator. Fine. So this is how the code looks and this is how the flowchart looks. Okay, what are we trying to do next? So these are all just for your understanding. When we say increment count, it means increment count by 1. That is count equals to count plus 1. Similarly, this is the current value of count. This is the updated value of count. And x dot math. When we say x dot math, it means maths marks in card X. Okay. If I say x dot physics, it means physics marks in card X. Okay. So these are the same things given here. Okay. Now see, now we are adding one more filter here. Now I want to find the sum of only boys' maths marks. Okay. Earlier we are finding the sum of all students' maths marks. But now we are only finding the sum of maths marks scored by boys. So what will be the change? So that means I will need one more decision box to check if a student is a boy or a girl, right? Okay. Okay, I'm just checking the chats to see what is going on. And I'm going to note who are there talking about things that are not even relevant to this class. Fine. Okay. See, if you have any doubts regarding the practice or the activity questions, just wait till the end. I will take the questions, as many as I can today. Okay. Otherwise, the rest of the questions will be taken in tomorrow's class. I'm trying to finish the theory part today. All right. So, how many decision boxes you can use? There is no limit on that. Okay. That depends on the filtering you're using, how many conditions you're using. Okay. There is no limit to that. So now let's see for this problem. Sum of boys maths marks. That means we want to find the sum of mathematics marks scored by just boys. Okay. So what is the flowchart? First we do start. Then of course we need a sum variable where sum is assigned to the value 0. Then are there more cards in pile 1? Yes. Pick a card, move it to pile 2. So now you check. See, one more decision box. Is X a boy? The X card that we picked, is it a boy's card or a girl's card? If it is a boy, then yes. Come here and update some variable with his maths marks, right? That means you just add the mathematics marks scored by that person to the sum variable. Okay. So if X is not a boy, what do? You go and pick the next card. Like this, it will continue until you have exhausted all cards in pile 1 and you go to end statement. X.math means, see, this is what happens when you don't pay attention. I just said it in the previous slide. X.maths means maths marks scored in X card. X card is what? The card that we picked. See, it is mentioned here. Pick a card X from pile 1. Okay. So I know more people are going to ask me to repeat this one. So I'm going to repeat it right now. Okay. How to know how many boys is available? That is exactly why we are performing this. We don't know how many boys are there. That is why we are checking for every card. If X is a boy, then only we are adding his maths marks to this sum variable. If you want to count the number of boys, then that is a separate question. Okay. Then what you have to do? Then you have to have a count variable, right? And you can just increment that count variable every time you encounter a boy's card. And that at the end of execution, that count will give you the total boys count, right? Okay. So now let's just recap this one more time. What is it doing? First start, initialize a variable called sum to 0. You check if more cards are present in pile 1. If yes, then you pick a card, call it X, and you read that card. And after you're done reading the card, you move it to pile 2. Then you check in another decision box that is the X card belonging to a boy or a girl. If it is belonging to a boy, then you come to this activity box and you add the mathematics marks scored by that boy in this sum variable, right? And then you go back along this route and you pick the next card. If it is not a boy's card, if it is a girl's card, then you directly go from here back to the beginning of the conditional statement, right? I hope this is clear. So similarly, just look at the pseudocode for this. sum equals to 0. While pile 1 has more cards, open braces. Pick a card x from pile 1, move x to pile 2, sum equals to sum plus x dot maths. This is what? This is the pseudocode to find out maths marks, summation of math marks of every student. Now, how will we modify it according to the flowchart? Curly bracket is what? Whatever is present between curly brackets or braces will be repeated. Okay, those are repetitive statements. All right. Now let's see how we modify the pseudocode. So sum will be this, sum equals to 0. Max card ID number equals -1. Okay, I will take that after this. Okay. Okay, so sum is 0. While pile 1 has more cards, pick a card from pile 1, move it to pile 2. Again, now you here insert a conditional statement called if statement. If x is a boy, okay, if x is a boy, then sum equals to sum plus x dot maths. So if x is a boy, only then I will enter these braces. If x is not a boy, you do not perform this line and you exit this brace. Okay, and you continue with the next iteration. Okay, so this was pretty simple. So conditional execution once. See, this is equality, this is assignment. So how can you write it in a better way? Pick a card x from pile 1, move to pile 2. If x dot gender, that is gender of the card x, is equal to m. See, this is the equality or comparison operator. This is not assignment. This is equality or comparison. Okay. So double equal to. If the gender of the x card is male, then you add the mathematics marks of that card to some variable. Otherwise, you move on to the next iteration. Okay. So this is the final pseudocode and final flowchart for this problem. All right. Now see, the problem has changed. Now read. Sum of boys and girls maths marks. So now I have two different sums I need to perform. One for boys marks, one for girls marks. Okay. So first, let's just do it for the boys. So what we are changing the name of the sum variable to boy sum. So boy sum is equal to 0 in the beginning. Then the exact same process is followed. Okay. So I also need to find girl sum. So I will introduce one more variable called girl sum. And I will initialize that to 0 as well. Okay. So now there are two initialization boxes. Okay, everyone, am I audible properly? Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, let's see now. So boy sum and girl sum, two variables I have initialized with 0. Okay. So while pile 1 has more cards, pick a card x from pile 1, move it to pile 2. Up to this, everything remains same. Then what happens? Now something has to change around here, around this part. Right. So pick a card x from pile 1, move it to pile 2. Now when we come here, is x dot gender equals to male? Earlier what? If it was yes, then we added it to sum and we went for the next iteration. Now if it is yes, that is the gender is male, then I will come to this box and add the mathematics marks of that card to boy sum variable. And if it is no, that is the gender is not male, it is female, then I will go here and add the mathematics marks to this girl sum variable. Clear? So earlier what we were doing, if it was not male, then we would just go on and do the next iteration. So now if it is not male, we have a second variable called girl sum where we will add the maths marks. Clear? So at the end of execution, what will happen? Boy sum will contain the sum of maths marks of all boys and girl sum will contain sum of maths marks of all girls. Correct? Now see, how is the pseudocode changing? So first boy sum 0, girl sum 0. While pile 1 has more cards, pick a card x from pile 1, move x to pile 2. If gender is equal to m, equality operator, If gender is M, then open braces, enter this block, add x dot maths to boy sum. Else, see, this is if, this is else. These are conditional statements. Else girl sum is updated with adding the new x dot maths marks. Clear? So if gender is M, then add it to boy sum, else add it to girl sum. I hope this is clear. If it is clear, can you please confirm in the chat once if this code is clear? Just write yes. Also, if it is no, then you can also write. Okay. Okay. So I see a lot of yeses, but a few people have said no. Sure, I will repeat this one more time, okay? What is the bracket used for? Someone is asking. See, these brackets, right? These braces, if statement braces, else statement braces, these are what? That is, if this condition is true, whatever is within the parenthesis, that is x dot gender is really equal to male. If it is true, then we will enter the braces. Okay. So you either execute this block or you execute this block. Both cannot be executed simultaneously because one person cannot be a boy as well as a girl, right? He's either a boy or a girl's card, right? So if it is a boy, you add the x dot maths marks to boy sum. If it is a girl, you add it to girl sum and then go on to the next iteration. Okay. So I will tell this entire code one more time. So you take two variables, boy sum and girl sum, and assign them the value 0. While pile 1 has more cards, pick a card from pile 1, read it, move it to pile 2. If x dot gender, that is the card that you just picked, if the gender of the person in that card is male, then you add their mathematics marks to boy sum variable. If this is false, that is x gender is not equal to male, then you come to the else block and you add their maths marks to girl sum variable. Like this, you will continue doing until you have exhausted all of your cards in pile 1. Okay. So when that happens, this condition will become false. That is, pile 1 has more cards? No. So at that time, you end the execution. And after the end of execution, boy sum variable will contain what? Sum of maths marks of all boys, and girl sum will contain sum of maths marks of all girls. Clear now? Yes. Okay. I will add the PDF. I will send this PDF to discourse. Okay. See, this is nothing. Okay. All of these lecture slides are present in your extra resources supplementary contents only. Right? So you can find it there. If you still want the annotated slides, you can ask me on discourse or your Google forum. I will add. I will upload it there. Fine. Yes. Whatever doubt is in first PDF. Let me see. I will complete this PDF and then I'll go back to first PDF and take all your doubts there. Okay. Now let's take the next example that is there. So finding maximum mathematics marks. So till now we found what? We founded the what was the boy sum, what was the girl sum, all of these things. So now again I want to find the maximum maths marks. So let's write the pseudocode for that. So start. First let's focus on the flowchart. We'll take a variable called max m, that is max maths marks. We'll assign it the value 0. Are there more cards in pile 1? Yes, pick a card x, move x to pile 2. If gender is m, then we are going to add that to sum. So this was the previous pseudocode. Now we have started a new one with max m equal to 0. So we are trying to find the maximum mathematics marks. So how will this change? Wait. They have just modified it in a difficult way. Wait. Yeah. Okay. This is correct. Let's just zoom in a little bit. I hope everyone can clearly see it. Is the slides properly visible? Okay. Okay, thanks. Okay, now see, we are trying to find maximum mathematics marks, that is highest marks scored in maths. So first start, then you take a variable called max m. Okay, max m means max maths marks. So that we initialize to 0. Okay. Next, more cards are in pile 1. If yes, then pick a card X from pile 1, move it to pile 2. Now what you do is you check if the card that you just picked, that is the X card, if the mathematics marks of that card is greater than whatever is stored in max m variable right now. If so, then you will update max m with the maths marks of that card. Like max m is 0 at first. Now I pick some student's card who scored 60 in maths. So is 60 greater than 0? Yes. So max m will now have 60. So max m is updated to 60. Now say I pick a card that has 45 maths marks next. So now my x dot maths is what? X dot maths is 45. So is 45 greater than max m? What is max m currently? 60. I just updated it here. So is 45 greater than 60? No. So what will you do? You will just follow this path, no, and go to this decision box, more cards in pile 1. That means you will pick the next card. So like this, just like we performed it in the first PDF, you have to complete the entire pile, like go through the entire pile. And at the end, max m will consist of what? The highest marks in mathematics, right? Because it is constantly updated. After 45, if I find a card that has 80, so again, I will pick that card, move it to pile 2, compare the marks. So now 80. Is 80 greater than 60? Yes. So now max m will again be updated to what? 80. Like this will continue. Okay. Now someone was asking why when we want to find the card with the maximum maths marks, right? See, I saw people asking this in the chat box that explain why max card variable is having -1. The card ID, why is it starting from -1? Because if you look at the scores data set, every card is assigned with some sequence number of its own. Okay. And that sequence number starts from sequence number 0. That's why we cannot have 0 as the max card in the beginning, because that means that we are already assigning it some sequence number. We haven't seen any card yet in the beginning, right? When we are initializing. So we have to assign it -1. So if the sequence of the cards in the dataset started from 1 instead of 0, then we could assign max card ID to 0. But here, since it is starting from 0, we'll assign it -1. I hope that clears it. So now see, I want to find the max card as well as I want to find the sequence number for that card. Okay. So start, max m is 0. Max card is -1. Are there more cards in pile 1? If yes, come here, pick a card called X. Move X to pile 2. Again, now here you do the same comparison and check if the value of max marks in that card is greater than whatever value is stored in max m. If yes, then you come here, update max m. Okay. And if no, then you go and continue with the next iteration. Okay. So what else do I have to add? Now I have to add this box also, because I need to keep on simultaneously updating max card variable also with the sequence number, right? So start, max m 0, max card -1. Are there more cards in pile 1? If yes, pick a card, move it to pile 2. Then check for the max marks, compare. If it is greater than whatever is stored in max m, then update max m as well as update max card with that card's ID. Okay. So basically what we can say is every time max m gets updated, max card will also get updated, right? So like this, at the end of execution, when we have checked for all cards, max m will contain the maximum mathematics marks and max card will contain the card ID for that person who has scored the max marks, right? So if you want to okay, someone asked a good question that if you want to find minimum marks, then what will you initialize? Then you can start by what? You can start by 100. Okay. You can assign the value 100 to this. Then maybe we'll take a variable called min m. Okay. And you can assign it. It's better to assign it 101 because 100 is still a mark someone can score. Okay. So maybe we'll assign it 101. And what you have to change? You have to do x dot maths is less than min m. So like this you will update. Here. So at the end, what will happen? It will store the lowest marks. Same thing. So these are things that you can practice, right? You can write the pseudocode for the minimum one. We are giving you the maximum one. Look, what is the pseudocode? First, assign max m to 0, max card to -1. While pile 1 has more cards, pick a card, move it to pile 2. Do this comparison of max marks of that card with max m variable. If it is greater than max m, store it in max m and store the ID of that in max card. So these two will be simultaneously updated one by one. Clearly? I hope you understand this. Okay. Yeah, okay. That is pretty much the conclusion. This is just a summary of whatever we learned. So in this slide that I just finished, did you understand the last code? How to update the max m variable and how I am getting the max card ID? Did you understand? Please answer yes or no for now. Any person who did not understand? Can you use any other loops? Look, I am going to answer this once and for all. We are not learning any proper programming language here. All right. So what we are doing is we're learning pseudocode. Pseudocode doesn't have a language. Okay. It's not like C language has a different pseudocode, Python has a different pseudocode. No, pseudocode is pseudocode. It is just plain English. Okay. We are writing it in a code-like structure, but it is plain English. So do not just go into for loops, while loops for now. We will come to everything in the later weeks. Just have some patience. For now, I am just saying, think of that while as some condition. Right? Like while pile 1 is empty or while pile 1 has more cards, like this. Think of it like this now. We will come to all your for loops and while loops, whatever you're saying, all of that will come in later weeks. This is just the beginning. Okay? All right. Sorted also, see, sorting we are not dealing with currently. Currently, you think that cards are in some arbitrary order. Okay. So you just pick the cards randomly. No, you cannot assign count to 1 instead of 0. Why? Because count has to start from 0. What if your pile has, say, no cards are there in the pile? Okay. If your pile has actually no cards present, then what will happen? You have already assigned count to 1. And then you are checking if there are more cards in pile. So in that case, your count is 1, but there are actually no cards in the pile. So no, count variable will always start from 0 as well as sum will always also start from 0. I hope that is clear. Yes, it is necessary to update max card as -1. You cannot assign it as 0 because why? Okay, let me just show you the common data set first. There you will get the answer. So can I stop sharing these slides? Do you have anything else you want to ask? Why explain for 101? See, 101 is what? Someone asked that, wait, am I muted? Can you hear me? Okay. Okay. Yeah, let me just say what is this 101 thing. So someone asked that if I wanted to find the minimum maths marks. So in that case, I said you can take a min m variable and you can assign it the value 101. And then when you are doing the comparison, you can just do is x dot maths less than 101 or less than min m. Like this, you can start. Okay. X dot maths is, again, I'm telling you what is x dot maths, the x card that you are picking. What is the mathematics marks code in that x card? That is x dot maths. All right. Now let me just stop sharing this since everyone says that it's not needed anymore. So I'll show you how to get the common data, right? Okay. Can you see my screen? Yes or no? Okay. Now see, here is this course introduction panel, right? In the left-hand side, see here it is given about the course, introductory video, common data sets. You go to common data sets, okay? Then click here to view the data. Then here you have all of the data sets. The one that I was talking about, scores data set that we just worked with. Turn this PDF, open this PDF on. See, card number here starts from 0. Can you see? So that is why we are not assigning 0, because there is already a card with that sequence number. So initialization cannot be done with that. You have to initialize from -1, because not necessarily we will be starting from the sequence number of card 0, right? So you cannot assign it that. We are randomly picking cards. So I hope this is clear and you can access all the data sets now. See all of these data sets. Shopping bills is one. See, these are all the cards. Okay. In shopping bills, there are also 30 cards present. Okay. See? So I guess you can do that by yourself now. So there are data sets like trains, shopping bills, scores, words, Olympics, library. Just check them out on your own time. Okay. Now I'm going to unmute you. Please don't go all at once. I will call your names. Okay. And those who don't have a doubt, you can leave. I will not be teaching anything more today, and join tomorrow's session, please. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to unmute now and I'm going to call your names. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Hello,
you,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Ma'am,
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
ma'am, I have a doubt.
Thank you.
Hello,
Thank you,
ma'am.
ma'am. I have a doubt.
Can I ask my doubt now?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can you take my doubt now?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. I have
Hello,
a
ma'am.
doubt also.
Hello, ma'am. This is Shasti. I have a doubt. Can I ask it right now?
Ma'am left.
Ma'am, are you there?
Ma'am, you're on mute.
Hello. Hello, ma'am.
Ma'am.
Hello?
Ma'am has
Yes,
left the
ma'am.
Hello,
meeting.
ma'am.
Yeah.
Hello, ma'am.
No, I haven't
Swasti,
left. Okay.
can I
Okay,
ask
May
my
I go
Swasti,
with the
go on.
doubt?
Go on. Yeah. Swasti Bhattacharya, please
Ma'am.
ask your doubt
Yeah,
first.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Actually, ma'am, I have a doubt. Suppose there is a data set given, and there are two persons having this. Suppose sports data set I am taking, and the question is given that means there is a pile of cards, and the question has been given particular mark. Suppose for physics it has been given 73. Mark the students who have scored 73, and there are two students who have scored 73. But in the so which one we will take as a card ID? Suppose I am noting that one. So which
That
one we
was
will
in
take?
that was in the first PDF. Okay, I don't know if you understood that part. So what we
Yeah,
do
ma'am,
is,
you
if
told
we have,
to make a list, right?
right, we
Yeah,
have to
ma'am,
make a list.
but ma'am, if in the options there is only one name given and there is the option for two names, then which one we will choose?
No, it won't be like that. We will thoroughly give you questions according to whatever is in the data set. Okay. No option will be like that. There will not be any
Actually, ma'am,
ambiguity.
in the graded assignment of week 2, there is a question like that, where the lowest marks is given as 173 and two students have scored that one. But in the option, there is given only one card name.
Is this the flowchart question?
A flowchart, no, ma'am, pseudocode.
Pseudocode. Okay, then if even one person's name is there, then you take that option.
In the option, there are means there are two names, and the option separately two names have been given. In one
Okay,
option,
so
one name is given, and another option, another name is given. And neither the option two name has is given. So which one should we choose?
is it an MCQ or an MSQ? If it
MCQ.
is an MSQ, then you can choose both options.
No, one option you can choose.
Okay, and the question is that you have to find the name of the person who has scored the lowest marks, and you are saying two people have scored it.
Yes, I mean the question there is given only that there are two person who have scored the same marks, and one card is placed above the other card. So which one will be the correct option?
Exactly. So that is your hint. One card is placed above the other card. That is
Yes,
the
ma'am.
hint. So not two people's name will not be it. Okay. Just think about
Then
that for a little. That is the hint. That one card is placed above the other card. So we don't want two persons' name. We just want the desired card. Read through
so
the
means
question carefully one more time.
the
Ma'am,
card
I'm
which will
sending
be
one.
placed at the top will be chosen, or
Everything is mentioned in the question. You do one thing. I cannot discuss graded in this here. So one thing you can do is you go through the question once. If you have a query regarding the question, you can ask it on Discord by tagging me. Okay.
Ma'am, in this
okay.
today's
Am I audible now?
session,
Yeah.
hello. In this
Hello,
today's
ma'am.
session, there is a boys math sum, right? In that
Yes.
boys math sum, and you are saying that if it is no, if it is yes, okay, we are doing the we are doing the iteration and we are making count. If it is no, then if pass, then it is going to again pile one. Again, the function will be looping, right? It is why it is not directly going to the end.
Why will it see? If you have 30 cards and you pick one person's card and it is not a boy, so you are not adding that card's mathematics marks to the sum variable, but you have to continue with the iteration and pick the next card, right?
That is fine. Then we are taking the card from the pile one, right? Then if it is
Right.
false, again it is going to the pile one. The function will
No,
again
no, no,
again
no,
will be
no.
looping.
It is given no. It is given that you once you pick a card X, you read it and you move it to pile 2.
Okay, from pile
See,
2 you are making the count, is it?
no, see, once a card is read, it is moved to pile 2, and the iterations are done on pile 1. Okay, so
Okay,
once
the
I have read
iteration
a
will be
card
on the
that is
pile.
not
Okay. Pile one from pile one to pile two, iteration is happening. From pile two, the sum is happening. The whatever we are calculating, is it?
pile 2 will contain whatever cards I have already visited, and pile 1 will have the cards you haven't visited yet.
So if it is the leftover, if the max will fall, the sum will be failed. Then it is goes to again pile one, right?
Right.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Ma'am, I'm sending one question to the chat box, ma'am. Please check, ma'am.
Okay. Wait. Okay. Shivam Kumar, do you have a question? You have raised your hand.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. I am having question in activity questions, ma'am. A lot of questions are there to ask, ma'am. Will you take those questions today because the time is already out, ma'am?
Okay, activity questions. Then I guess since theory is over, tomorrow activity and practice only will be discussed. So you can ask it there.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you,
I have
ma'am.
only one doubt.
Okay.
I'm fine.
I sent a
Okay.
one question in chat box, ma'am.
Yeah.
How to
One
read that
second.
one?
Ma'am, I have only one doubt. Please, ma'am, solve this.
Chief Jain, please ask your doubt quickly.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am,
I sent.
sorry,
Yeah,
ma'am,
continue.
sorry for that, for disturbing you. And ma'am, I can speak in Hindi.
Yeah, sure.
मैम मैं बोलना चाह रहा जब आप जब आपका डबल आवाज आ रहा था ना डबल साउंड हो रहा था तब मतलब मैं कुछ समझ में नहीं आया सही बोला जाए तो उसको कैसे
अच्छा,
कर सकते हैं
कौन सा part? It was the first PDF.
मैम स्टार्टिंग से फर्स्ट पीडीएफ टू सेकंड पीडीएफ तक था थर्ड
Okay,
पीडीएफ
okay.
जब आपने उसको अपडेट किया
Okay, I'll give a brief recap of that. Okay, basically, first PDF contained the same thing, this maths marks calculation, but we were not writing the pseudocode at that point. So, if you understood how we are calculating the maximum maths marks and how we are finding out the card ID for the person who has scored the max marks, then you are done. That is the same thing is discussed in that. Okay, just in the later slides, we have just added the pseudocode part.
और मैम एक और चीज है जैसे आप मैक्सिमम
मैम।
मार्क्स का बोले -1 नहीं जीरो तक था -1 लिए अगर हम उसको -1 से -10 ले ले या फिर जैसे 10 हमारा मिनिमम ले रहे हैं तो उसको अगर
Anything you can take. Okay, anything you can take that is not a sequence number. You are talking about which variable, max or the card ID?
मैम कार्ड आईडी आई एम सॉरी फॉर जीरो स्टार्टिंग में क्या होता है मैम
Wait, 1 second. See, what I understand your doubt is that you are asking that the max marks variable, we are assigning it
Yes, ma'am.
0.
Yes, it's marks variable. Yeah.
Yes, we
X
have
marks
to
variable
assign
is
it.
assigned with 0.
Okay. You can assign it a negative number if you want. Okay. That will also work, since here we are comparing anyways. So if you want to assign it -1, that will also work.
And I have only one general doubt. Ma'am, how to download PPT of classes?
If it is still present in your supplementary contents in the portal. Okay. Under supplementary contents, there's lecture PPTs.
Hello, ma'am. Good
मैम
evening.
मैम
I have
नहीं
a
मिला
doubt. Hello.
मैम लिटरली बहुत खोजे नहीं मिला
Okay,
Uh,
wait a minute, then I will show you at the end. Just wait a little. Okay,
ma'am,
next.
ma'am, can you take my question?
Right. Where have you sent it, in the chat box?
Yes, ma'am, just now I'm again sending, ma'am.
Yeah,
This
please
is
send it again.
yeah, just now I sent, ma'am. Already sent.
Okay, one sec.
This is a question. How to arrange that one? That one is I don't know.
Okay, let me see. Abigail, I will take your doubt
Excuse me,
next.
ma'am.
Okay.
Excuse me, ma'am. I have a small doubt.
Yes, ask.
Ma'am, the PDF which you have discussed now in the live session, can we access it after the session?
Do you want the annotated slides or the original slides?
Original slides, ma'am.
Original slides are present under your supplementary content section in the portal itself.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you,
Okay.
ma'am.
This is the question. What will be the values of A, B, and C after execution of following procedure using scores dataset?
Yes, ma'am. So actually, I don't know how to do.
This is a graded question or a practice question?
This is a practice question, ma'am.
Okay. So arrange all cards in a single pile called pile 1. That is the pile 1 that we're dealing with till now. Okay. So all your cards are in pile 1. Step 2 is maintain 3 variables A, B, C and initialize them to 0. So we are taking 3 variables like we took sum. Now we are taking 3 variables called A, B, C and all are assigned the value 0. Third step is if pile 1 is empty, then stop the iteration. Basically, if pile 1 has no cards, then you go to end. But if it is not empty, then go to step 4. Read the top card in pile 1. So if the date of birth is greater than 30th April and less than 1st September, then increment B. That means the person whose card we are picking, if their birthday is after 30th April, okay, but before 1st September, then you increment the value of variable B by 1. In step 7, it is saying if the card you picked has a person whose birthday is after 31st August, then you increment variable C. And step 5 I missed, I think. Step 5 says if date of birth is less than 1st May, that is before 1st May, then you increment A. So this is how each of the variables will be incremented based on condition. Okay.
Okay.
And step
May
8
I
is
go ahead
saying
now?
Just a
let
minute.
me finish this. So step 8 is saying move the current card to another pile called pile 2. That means you have read that card, you have incremented whichever variable you needed to increment, and you move it to pile 2. That means you have read that card. So it is now discarded to pile 2. And again you repeat from step 3. That is, again you pick one more card and do the same process. And at the end, you have to tell me what is the value of A and what is the value of B. So for this, you have to refer to the data set, right?
Which data set, ma'am?
This is from scores dataset. See, it is mentioned in the question itself.
So
Using the scores dataset.
I have to go for that data set and I will check that one every
Yes,
month.
there is a common datasets portal section which I just showed you. So there is a PDF for this course dataset. You have to go through all the cards and see.
Okay. So how can I get this answer, ma'am?
So you have to perform this pseudocode. No, you have to pick every card and check.
I have to perform this flowchart.
Yeah, no, not this flowchart. This pseudocode. Okay, so you have to pick every card from that dataset and check if their birthday is before 1st May or between this whatever is given 30th April and 1st September, or if it is after 31st August. In that way, you will increment the variables. Okay, and at the end, you will find the value of A and B. So for this, you have to refer to the dataset. Hope it's
Okay.
clear.
I will check it, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Ma'am, in
Thanks.
the
Next.
qualifier exam, same data sets will be there or different data sets?
Same. No, same.
So
Ma'am,
So
how
same
to-
data sets will be
Rather
giving in
than,
the PDF form over there, or else I should bring or what?
in the exam itself, you will not have to refer to data sets. Okay.
Okay.
Everything that you need will be given there.
Ma'am,
Okay, next, this person is asking from a long time. Please let me take her doubt first. Abigail Jacob, do you want to ask something?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Well, I had a query. Ma'am, if I miss class, these live sessions are being
They
recorded,
are all
and
recorded in YouTube. Okay.
yeah, so how do we access it? Do we directly go and access it from YouTube, or do we
Yes,
have
yes.
links to
You
access
can
it?
go to the IITM BS degree channel, right? So there under that you can find CT live sessions. It's a whole
Okay, thank
playlist
you,
for
ma'am.
May 2024. Right. Okay, thanks. Next I will call out the name. Okay, Harshaditya, do you want to say something?
Yes, ma'am. I have a small
Yes.
doubt. That is the week one graded assignment. They have
Yeah.
given a question that if the that is from the sports data set. They have given a question that increment the value of A if the total marks is more than 250, and increment the value of B if the marks lie between 200 to 250, and increment the value of C if the score is less than 200. So I got the B value right and C value right. But the A value I didn't get right, because if we sum up all the values of A and B and C, then we get the total number of cards.
Yes.
So B was
where did you
15.
miscalculate?
No, ma'am, B was 15, C was 7. That I got
Okay.
right. So definitely A should be
8.
7. Yeah. So the answer was showing it wrong, ma'am. Because B was 15, C was 8, and definitely A should be 7, but the answer is given as 6. That's what I didn't understand regarding that.
Wait, so there are total 30 cards.
Yes, ma'am.
So 15, and you're saying B is 15 and C is what? 8.
C is 8, yes, ma'am.
So 23, so there should be 7.
7, yes.
And
Ma'am,
that is not
actually,
the correct answer.
actually, in that question, it is because there is only 29 we are considering, not 30, not the whole 30 is there, only 29 cards
The
are
zero
being
card
considered.
is itself the first
ठीक है,
card,
ठीक है,
right? So we calculate it as 30 cards.
Okay, I'm not familiar with this question. What I will suggest you is, Harshaditya, you can do one thing. Are you on discourse?
Ma'am, no, ma'am, I don't have the link to the Discord. If you can provide me, it would be great.
Are you in Google forum? Google that group?
I'm actually there in WhatsApp and the Telegram group, ma'am. I'm not there in any other group.
Okay,
Which
do
group,
one
ma'am?
thing.
In Google group?
People who are going for qualifiers have a Google forum, right?
How? Where we get?
Okay, wait. I am doing something. I'm posting my mail ID in the chat. Whatever are your this type of queries, like if you're not added to discourse or anything like that, you can mail it to me there. Okay, and I'll get it sorted. And for you, that graded assignment question, whichever is the question, just send me a screenshot of that, and I will reply to you over there. Is that
Okay, ma'am.
okay?
Very,
Ma'am, is
very
the
good, ma'am. Thank you very much.
qualifier students' names released or not yet?
I don't think it's released yet.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm posting my email ID. 1 second. Okay, I'll take the rest of the doubts. Just a second. Okay, did it get posted or not?
No, ma'am, not yet.
Get post.
Okay, then I'm just saying it. There is some issue going on. I'm just saying it. You tell me if you have noted it. Okay, if it is Manidipa, MANIDIPA @study.iitm.ac.in.
Just a minute, ma'am. Not very fast.
Just a minute, ma'am. Ma'am, please tell.
Wait. Manidipa, MANIDIPA
Yes,
at the rate
at the rate
study.iitm.ac.in. Yeah, I have posted it in the chat.
IITM.
Yeah, I've posted it in the chat. Okay.
Yes.
Got it. So any this support related queries and graded assignment, if anything you are not understanding, like the graded assignments which have been submitted, that you can ask me there. And once you have access to Discourse or Google Forum, you can ask it right over there.
Actually, ma'am, this city is getting very hard to me. So actually, I need really support.
Yeah, sure, no problem. Whatever is your doubt, you can ask.
Ma'am, that
First, I
previous
will.
question, initialize variable A, B, C to 0. So that he was saying 30 cards, but even though I am counting my 6, 15, 8, so it is 29 only. So I hope so. We have to start the iteration from 0 itself. So that only 0 to 29 is 30. Is it correct?
Which question?
The previously the Arsha was asking the question of card, 30 cards is from the graded assignment.
I don't know the actual question, so that's why I told her
Okay,
to
so I'll just
send me a.
tell you the questions. So the ABC value would be there. Okay, arrange the all cards in a single pile called pile 1 and initialize variable A, B, C to 0. So if pile 1 is an empty, then stop iteration, read the top card in pile 1 and then total if more than 250, then increment A, total more than 200 to 250, increment B. If total less than 200, increment C. So there were 30 number of the students number were there in the data sets.
Can you tell me
So
one thing about what is the first condition? Number, what is A?
So the
A will be
initialize
incremented when?
variable initialize variable A, B, and C to 0.
No, that is
If
okay. When will I
file
increment A?
though so if more than 250, then increment A.
So I think
So the
there is I think there is going to be one card maybe which has the marks or whatever it is you're checking 250 exactly. So I don't think that is coming under any category, right?
okay. So okay. Then we have to leave with that one, right?
Right, because it doesn't satisfy any of the conditions. When the mark
Okay,
is
ma'am.
250 itself, then it doesn't come under A or B or C. So that card you have to leave out.
Then the variable initialize variable A, B, and C is equal to 0 means what? So we have to count from 0, 1, 2 like that only, like
Initialize
a
to 0
natural
means
number.
what? That initialize to 0 means A contains 0, B contains 0 for now. But as soon as you are reading one such card that is satisfying the condition that you need to increment A. So as soon as
Okay,
that
then it
condition is satisfied, then you increment A by 1. That is A now goes from 0 to 1.
okay. So it's not just start from 0 like a natural number, right? It is start
No,
from
it's
1
not like
only.
that. It will start from 1.
Okay.
Yeah, when you increment it goes to 1.
Okay.
And then
Okay,
again
ma'am.
if you
So
increment it will go to 2 like that.
okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Hello,
Yes,
ma'am.
Dipansh.
Regarding
Ma'am,
the doubt that 6 plus 15 plus 8, can I say something?
Which one? Which doubt? Yes, whoever was asking, can you continue?
No,
May I
ma'am,
go
I
ahead
have
now?
a doubt.
Thank you very much. I'm leaving, ma'am.
Yeah,
There is
thanks.
written one more pile. Pile.
Ma'am, I have only
Then
one
there
doubt.
is no more.
See the PPT. Then I will
Wait.
leave it. And I will join
Shiv
another
Jain,
class.
do you have anything else to ask?
Ma'am, please see the how to download PPT. Then I will join another class.
Okay, let me show you quickly.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Ma'am.
go here in the left hand side panel, go to supplementary contents. Then here, lecture PPT slides. Okay, once you go here, you will get an option, download now. Go here. This is all week-wise PPTs. Fine. From here, you can download.
Thank you,
Okay.
ma'am. Thank you. Bye, ma'am.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
And may I
Thanks.
go ahead now? I've been waiting for 20 minutes at
Yes,
least.
yes, Aryan, go on.
Ma'am, I've
Yeah,
sent
so
mail
ma'am,
regarding record link. Can you?
again.
Wait, Harshadip, wait. Aryan, go on.
Yeah, so I was asking, you just told us that we have to take, for the minimum value, we have to take the minimum marks as 101. Ma'am, but
Minimum, no, I'm not saying minimum marks. Okay. Oh, you're saying min marks variable.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can assign it to anything that is greater than 100.
Ma'am, but I think like if we can just consider that 100 and at the end we can say like the value, if the value is greater smaller than or equals to 100, it can be the least marks, right? So what's the problem in that?
You're saying if we assign it 100.
Yeah, and we can just say that the minimum marks is less than or equals to 100. So what's the need of
Why
101?
I put 101 is just to be on the safe side, because I wanted the range to be out of the range of marks. Okay, that's why I did it 101 to be on the safe side. But if we put it 100, I think then also it should work, because if even in the worst case possible, say every student scores 100, so the minimum is 100 itself, if there is one such case. So at that point, what will happen, that your min marks, if you have assigned it 100, so it will compare is 100 less than 100, and like that it will compare for all students. So it will never get updated again, and the answer will remain 100. So in that case, I think 100 should also work. I just kept it 101 to be out of range of the amount of marks that a person can score. Okay, just to be on the safe side, 100 will also work.
Another doubt, ma'am. Actually, I got 90% in this, what these you call these graded assignments, like 90% in all the subjects actually. So what I want to ask you is, like, if I just miss the next assignment and give the week third assignment, will I be able to just give my examination on 7th July?
For qualifier, you need to have submitted at least 3 assignments graded. Okay, like in 3 assignments, you should have scored over 40%.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Ma'am, can I ask?
Ma'am, one second. I was
Jigyasa
thinking.
Tohare. Yeah, you go on first.
Ma'am, my doubt is regarding the slide where you have counted total number of cards.
Hmm.
Ma'am, if I just want to add one more statement about increment count, then what will be the value that will be assigned to the variable count?
What do you want to add?
Ma'am, if I just want to add a statement of increment count once again, then
Count will be incremented twice. That means you will get whatever was the count, whatever is the actual count value, you will get double of that.
मैम मैम जितने टाइम्स हम उसको करेंगे उतने टाइम्स वो रिपीट हो जाएगा वहां पर प्लीज
Yep. How many, as many increment statements as you put, it will be incremented that many times. If for every card you have 2 increment statements, so you'll get double the number of cards at the end.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, next. Sunil, anything? Who is asking? Dipansh? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. This is the class 8 where we were discussing that y 6 plus 15. The card sum is coming at 29.
Sorry, can you come again, please?
Ma'am, the graded assignment question where the sum of the cards was coming at 29.
Right. So what's your question?
So, ma'am, I don't have a question. I think in the 6, instead of 15, we should take 16. No, answer is 15 only, but
See, the problem is that if you are talking about this card where this question ABC is set to 0, that one you're asking?
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
So the thing is, people are saying that 29 is coming as the answer. That's because there is some person who has scored 250 exactly. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Who
So
has scored
they
exactly?
already mentioned in that question, right, ma'am, that it should be less than. It does not mention the equality. That's
Exactly.
why
So that one gets eliminated. That card doesn't come under any category. Not A, not B,
Yes,
not
ma'am.
C.
So there will not be any change in the answer, right?
So 29 will be the correct answer.
That's it.
Yeah.
Also, ma'am, in the recent notice or the announcements which I have seen, the qualifier exam for July 7 is only for the people who get 40% average only in the first 2 assignments itself, first 2 graded assignments of each subject. If they go
Yes,
to the
for this July one, did you get the announcement for that first 2 assignments?
Yes, ma'am. I think I
Yes,
got
then
it on
that is the criteria. Whatever announcement you are getting, that is the criteria. Okay. For all of
thank you,
these
ma'am.
doubts, you can ask support also. They will help you
Okay.
better. Okay,
Ma'am,
next.
may I ask?
Yes, Rusin.
It's Rushin.
Lushin, sorry. Yeah.
So, ma'am, there was in week 1 graded assignment a question regarding the data type and its values. So, there was this field which was card number, and the value was ABC inside a quotation mark. So it is the options are saying that incorrect data type of card number. So I don't understand
So
why.
that is regarding your sanity of data question, right?
Yes.
Okay. What can you tell me which part you couldn't do?
I mean, it is saying that the answer is saying that it is the incorrect data type of card number, and the
Okay. So what was the data type? What was the data given for card number?
The field was card number and the value was ABC inside a quotation mark, not double
Right.
quotation, but a quotation mark.
No. So the thing is that is card number going to have ABC type of value or integer type of value?
Integer type of value.
So ABC is not an integer type, right? It is becoming a string. That's why it's wrong data type.
Oh, okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Next, Sunil.
Hello, ma'am. This is Sunil. Actually, I have a doubt on activity question 2.6.
Okay. Sunil, activity question, can you ask in tomorrow's class? Because there it will only be discussing activity and practice only.
Okay, fine.
Okay. Anyone else?
I have a doubt in graded assignment question. Week 1 graded assignment.
Yeah, like the assignment questions, can you ask in tomorrow's session? If you have any doubt from today's theory part, then you ask now because it's already really late. I don't want to extend it further. So tomorrow's 6 to 8 session will only be on your questions. Okay, activity, practice, graded, whatever you have.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Anyone else? Aryan, you still have a query?
No, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I'm
Okay. Thanks a lot.
regarding the Discord links.
Sorry, discourse. You want discourse access?
Yes, ma'am. Discord.
Okay, I have sent my email ID there. You just send me a mail that you don't have access.
Yes, ma'am. I've mailed you.
Okay. Then we'll look into it. Okay, we'll get you it as soon as possible.
Okay, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Okay, so if you don't have anything else, we'll wrap up the session here. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you.